Should be back. Thankfully, there was nothing affected by that restart, so that's good. We won't lose any much work. This opens. Ah, that's probably what I need. All right, well, that loads. I'm going to need some work on my other screen, so pardon me, but what are we doing? Hello, Evan. Good morning. Hello, Popstar. Welcome. What's up? How's my week been? It has been good. Very good. Nothing too crazy so far, so that's nice. Double check these. Beautiful. Okay, that should be good. We're just waiting on Unity to load right now. I have to do a VTuber conversion this morning, and then we'll be getting back into doing clothing for Evan Horn. vNyan graph. Can we start my model in ZBrush? Exciting. Need to install those add-ons and SDKs. I keep forgetting. Well, the add-ons and stuff can always come later. Definitely just getting in and getting messy with it, making your character. That's going to be the most effective way to get everything done. All right, that looks good. So now we have Foxhound here. We have the textures updated. We have the rig position updated. We just need to export this as a Unity package. Foxhound, cigar, perfect. And we'll send this to do this. It's kind of an odd naming convention, but it's version 2, second package. We'll call this finger rig fix. At least get the SDK added in at least. Ooh, oh man, I want to crack my neck. I almost did just there, but I resisted that temptation. Resisting. I was gonna do something. Dang it. Should also grab AutoRig Pro and reinstall it as soon as I can, but my week has been a little hectic. I'll hopefully get some nice calm days soon. All right, exported. Should be done in Avatar 01 now. Close that. Now we need to open up our vNyan project. We're going to import those changes. Let's save this. Also close that, and we are just focused on the converting now, which hopefully will be somewhat simple. A bot! Kill the bot! Also need to figure out how to re-enable pen pressure in ZBrush. For some reason, that's not on default. Tablets can be terribly annoying, unfortunately. Just like disconnecting, not working with your software, all that jazz. I'm a very expensive follower. Then we'll jump in here. Was there a notification I missed? Bring the updated version from our client work folder. I need to move Evan's stuff into here too. Keep things a little bit more organized. But in here we have the uploads. We've got our Unity package. Bring those files in. Then we create the VRM version. Export out. My tablet works fine, but like for some reason it's not on by default. Okay, well, as long as it's working fine. I had an awful time with it's updating the FBX files. Just those two? Yeah, just those two. And the textures. Perfect. I really struggled with Wacom though. Intuos tablets. Right now I just have this little cheap Chinese tablet. It's like 50 bucks or something. Does pretty much everything I want it to. And then I also have my iPad, which I do more drawing on. Q1 Canvas 27-inch Pro. Takes up half my desk. That's awesome. Please. Oh, goodness. Hello, Zoom. Welcome. Commander Zoom. Hello. How's life treating you? Damn. That was a sneeze. Alright, looks like it fixed our textures there. Bleach. Ah, but is this the version? Because, well, either way, I'm going to need to convert it. Either way, I have to convert. If I turn everything into animations, it's still going to take just as long to get those animation clips in as it would be to just recreate the logic graph inside of vNyan. Okay, so that's what it takes. Get the meshes in, do the VRM conversion, and then just create the logic graph. And I think we'll just do each object individually. So we're going to start with the body. Looks good. And we already exported that actually, so let's open up vNyan. It was smaller in the pictures, but when it came, it was in this massive box. I suppose that's a nice surprise. Also, another update dropped on the Pumpkin Warudo exporter. I believe I do have the latest version. Right now, we're actually converting to vNyan. There was I would prefer to work with Warudo moving forward, but for this character, we're going to stick with vNyan. Muscles are screaming. I took part in the U-Man race, an annual obstacle run event. I did 10 kilometers with around 60 obstacles. How are things here? That boy's looking good and floofy. Thank you. Hey, that's awesome. Congrats. That is definitely intense. I don't think I'd be able to do that. Ooh. I'm surprised it's even picking up my webcam. Seems like it's also picking up the music. Nope. I don't know what's going on with that. It looks like it's just no. Hey, oh, okay. So it is my microphone. Okay, yeah. So it just needs to be filtered then. Yeah. Okay. Oh, sorry. I really shouldn't have done that. I forgot it was hooked up for you guys too. So hopefully that wasn't deafening. Normally looks bigger in the photos of real life. Well. Insinuation. Um, so we did do an export earlier, but I don't know where that ends up. So just click that again. We'll override this. Client work Foxhound uploads. That's our old version. I'm surprised it even found that actually. Where? Huh. I'm surprised we're even looking at this folder. How would it know that? Did I go in there earlier? I don't think so. Doesn't matter. So we're going to export. We'd like to put this I suppose we do want it in the uploads folder because we'll want these as separate files. So we're going to click this. We're going to do foxhound underscore v2. No reason to put vNyan, but we will add body. That's what we're exporting right now. Oh, Eben is over there on the Twitch side. Hello, Eben. Zoom waves, hello. Yeah, we're working on Eben as well. Doing some updates for him. So we're going to have some more work to show off for Eben Horn very soon. Whoa, sorry. It's loud. Look at the boy. All right, we're making a harness outfit, which I'm going to do a tutorial for soon because I found a nice way to make harnesses and stuff. More Eben work, a good day. Doing some outfits for him. But for now, VTuber conversion galore. Ooh. Okay, so no. Why wouldn't it have the blend shapes? So I have to do the blend shape proxy. Oh, yeah, and this is why I don't like VRM. Restream fails me again. Hello, Wendy. Welcome. Yeah, Restream is kind of garbage. Match all of these. Fun and smile are always, I think, fun should be like done out. Joy. Turning over to my train, lurking mode, engage. Think of the sub notification, it doesn't pick up. Oh, interesting. Huh. Well, I appreciate the sub. Is that from Wendy? Appreciate it. It's time for a stream upgrade. I got to set some time aside for that. Wait, look down. We'll actually do VTube look down. Or no? Is it tracking my eyes? Definitely not. But would it be able to track my eyes if I simply did the head? First person, renderers, and set it. New description. human hips. I wonder if we're missing the eye bones. Because they weren't assigned to the humanoid rig. We did them, which means that, yeah, then let's just use blend shapes. Okay. So back here, blend shape. Not using that, then we will actually use the VTube ones. Oh, I'm in Arizona, heading to the Grand Canyon later this morning. Hello, Arctic. Good morning. That's a super exciting. Poke through sub message. Come on, do something. Have a grand time. That is super fun. Super exciting. I've only driven through the state. I have not actually visited yet. Visited it yet. Visited it. Right. Okay, so those are all the blend shapes that we assigned. For the toggles, we should be able to just create logic internally through the graph. I don't know if we can interact with shader properties though. So callback nodes, actions, operations. Let's just search shader, material. No, okay. Which means that we will require the animation files. And this is the old graph, actually. How did we do it with the old graph? Oh my god, this zoom is so bad. Wow. All right, beret, cowboy hat, cigar, cigar left, Harris, cigar length, blah blah blah. Shirt. So we did a blend shape. Yeah. Okay, so we must be using the blend shape proxy to drive an animation. I don't really want to have to work that way because then it's dependent on injecting stuff into here. But I don't want to. Oh, also, I know that we can take advantage of VC Face has some specific blend, special blend shapes right here. Surprised. And in order to add those to the character, we have to go to blend shapes here. Like create these. Surprise. Browse up, browse down, spelled exactly like that. And in addition to these ones, we can do these. So let me actually move this over here so I can look at it while doing this. So chip ed and The Zoom is bad. Just on my computer. You been playing any D&D? All right, there we go. Those are all the basic ones. I don't want to touch any more of these blend shapes. I would rather use other methods to bring them in. So, for example, our animations in here already have the discards for all of these. I just want to be able to bring those in. How can I do that? Should be able to export injected anim. Please select the object export in scene hierarchy. Okay, let's look this up. All my D&Ds are on pause, actually. I had to cut back on my D&D playing. It was very fun, but I was getting a little overwhelmed. Droppable, throwable, editable, editable. Ejected anims. Ejected animations are animations that describe bone movements on a humanoid. They do not contain any specific information on the mesh or bone shapes. They provide any model with a humanoid armature. Dang. Okay, so those are just animations for bones. One is used to link vNyan parameters to the float parameters of an animator. Oh, okay. I went to D&D with what time, though? Running a small game for a friend recently based on one of the campaigns in the Critical Role book. Okay, that's pretty cool. So I'm doing some other stuff for a bit now. Man, I was so into Critical Role over the last few years, but uh, it's been harder to watch the latest seasons. Not that they're bad, I just I'm playing D&D and watching D&D. There goes all your free time. Set browser content. That's cool. Render layer, set parameter. This is just not as easy as I would like it to be. With Warudo, you can use Unity animation files directly. There's no need to convert, they just work. That's awesome. Props are objects that are linked to one of your avatar's bones. Could be example. Could, could, for example, be glasses. Hmm. That was not illuminating. Let's see. This is a version. Let's make a folder in here for vNyan. Okay, so this one's moving. Ah. Oh, and again, this is just what I dislike about vNyan is all the documentation is scattered around this Discord. So poorly documented. Avatar setup tool. vNyan. I don't see that anywhere. Avatar setup tool. I have this export. Go to the menu, vNyan SDK, avatar setup tool. There is no option for that. I'm pretty sure I downloaded the latest vNyan SDK, but let's double check that. Find it on our itch page. There, SDK 0.02. Ah. Free. Oh, that's something right there. Yeah. No, just take me to the downloads, please. Let's go. Sorry. Dealing with some stuff. Yeah, I can't sit and watch it though. If I am doing something like driving or cleaning, I get really into it. Yeah, I kind of miss being able to listen to podcasts. To shout out Noel playing games, couple pals are with some of their friends and fellow YouTubers. Shattered Grail restarted recently, and they have gone off the rails with art and UI. Straight up looks like a pixel art RPG. Okay, interesting. Shattered Grail. actual play. My eyeball. One moment, I gotta log into Twitch, or Itch, I mean. What's going on? Itch seems to be down or something. Let's take a look at Shattered Grail. Oh. Oh, damn, it's all animated? Ah, this is really cool. It reminds me of that Mario level. No. Oh, that's awesome. Check that out. Okay, now it's actually loading. So we have the SDK. I swear I downloaded that 0.0023. 00.23. Right there. Hit to import. Okay, so maybe I'm looking for this in the wrong spot. vNyan has an has Avatar SDK in it, so once that is added, basically all it's required to add UniVRM 0.104 of the project, then add in vNyan SDK. vNyan SDK has in it. Go to vNyan SDK Avatar. Maybe it has to be on a version on a character with an avatar. So let's take out our VR chat version. And maybe we wouldn't see it because there is no. Okay, I just need to message Subi directly. Gotta get a shower and get going. Good luck on today's projects. Hey, thank you, and enjoy your trip to the Grand Canyon. I hope it's grand. Stage flight 2.5 is this Saturday, starting at 3 Eastern. Unfortunately, it won't be there for. That's a bit of a bummer, but at least you'll be hanging out with family. Okay, so why isn't that working? We have over here, we have all these pieces. It said that there would be an avatar system up here. There is not. We just have the export. We don't have any sort of avatar system. I don't see anything in here. Okay, so message soup. And that would be in the vNyan Discord. I do not like how Discord is organized. Because Subi sent a bunch of things to Foxhound talking about features and stuff that just don't actually exist. You stole my joke. I have the correct UniVRM. I have the latest vNyan SDK, I believe. At least the latest vNyan SDK that's available on itch. Is there any other place I could download? Is there a GitHub? The latest update was May. Excuse me. Sorry, just waiting on a response at this point. I can't really do anything here until I hear back, so um, sorry for the delay, everyone. Okay, and let's just continue work in Marvelous right now. We need to make some shorts. Loading. Okay, so let's find our Ebonhorn model. 2024 client work. We made a Marvelous Designer proxy version. Just hit OK. Strikes a pose. And let's open up Ebonhorn here. Just want to see with the casual outfit body where we should consider making some shorts. I'd say like this length. And I guess they'll kind of go under the tail just to match how the pants are doing it. So, all right. All right. Start with pants. They're already so small compared to him. We'll take all of these. I think we'll kind of squish them this, scale them like that. And they're all inside out somehow now. Is the front? That's the front. This is the back. All right. Let's go here. Its arrangement points are terrible. I just need to make it one pant leg over, so it actually worked pretty well. So switch to this view. Actually make these even bigger, wider. They're still broken. Why? Mess this up somehow. Oh. Sorry, I did for a second. I'm back making tea. Then I can get to work searching for reference. Nice. All right. Hopefully this does something. Still not great. Oh, close enough. Good enough. Get off. Dude, Josie. um, used to be the fashion pants halfway down your legs. Too much cake. You play with Marvelous Designer and stuff. Marvelous Designer is very fun. Um, Probably one of the few programs that there's not many. There really isn't much like simulation, pure simulation software out there. That looks good. I'm just clicking the points, please. So it can still be pretty painful in some ways because you're just introducing something that's uh inherently chaotic. Ideally, I'd wear these with the light ones. Gotcha. Be good for many things. I've seen a guy make a punching bag with it. Oh, smart. We'll start with that. Let's make a rectangle. Go right there. I guess it would actually be segment sewing. I could take this one, and it would be here to here to here to here. Then from here to there. Cool. Pulling the fabric feels like you're addressing me. Well, I mean, I'm like a virtual tailor, you know. That was gonna be one of my business names a while back. Like a VR. There's a fun word for tailor. Italier. No wait, Italier. Yeah, I think that's it. It should be longer because it was streamed on a stylish suit, if that was your name. Streamed on a stylish. Oh, gotcha. I am definitely planning for eventually going full VTuber, but I just taking my time making a character for myself. He's gone full VTuber. So for the shorts, what style of shorts? Would it be like denim shorts, or do you have a particular preference at all? This ones look more like kind of athletic wear. Mr. Poopyhead or We Riot? I am as well. I am planning that as well. But I've realized lately, it's like right now, VTubers and VR chat avatars are like rare in the scheme of how people interface online. But eventually, like 10 years from now, everyone's going to have a virtual persona. At least I would think so, at least. Could be wrong, but that's my 2 cents. Turn this down. Actually, I'm just gonna go here. Ah, gotcha. I was wondering why my message was delivered. It got intercepted. So 1 second. Um, really don't understand why more people don't. After all, in the 90s, internet safety was drilled into your brain. Never use your real name, never use your real birthday, never give your real location, never ever. Then Facebook happened. Or now we need to focus on the design of things planned. Every detail. Well, don't get too caught in the design. Definitely iterate. Hoping to start VTuber as soon as I can. V1 will be my simple VTuber, and then V2 do more of it. Exciting. Just how it happened. Nowadays are crazy. It's gonna be. I mean, just look at the Roblox situation. Maybe that won't go well with the leg warmers. Let me think. um, khaki shorts. Okay. Shorts. You like in goth khaki shorts. um, yeah, I think the need for anonymity will definitely come back because it's so funny. Yeah, like I grew up, my parents are like, "Oh, you need to stay safe online. Don't trust any strangers." And now they like consume their Facebook and Instagram feed like it's the gospel truth. You're like, Okay, well, maybe you should have taken your own advice. Minotaur in khaki shorts is living rent free in my brain for some reason. Yo, well, think on it, Evan. I'm just gonna go to the restroom really quick. I'll be right back, everyone. Be like 5 minutes at the most. BRB. I'm back, everyone. So, no specific decision on the shorts just yet. I haven't gotten a response on my messages regarding, sorry, not regarding everyone, but what's questions on this VTuber Discord, and I'm hoping to hear back soon. Thank you, Popstar. Let's try just searching avatar. New avatar tools. Added avatar tools SDK. So apparently there's a whole SDK for avatar stuff that's just hidden, or let's see, maybe it's a component. Avatar. vNyan avatar bone object position. That's super helpful. All stuff I would expect. And there should be more options here based on what I've been reading. Okay. Just gotta wait. SDK avatar setup tool. Well, just got to give up on that for right now. Splitting between a short retro gym style a la femboy or baggier cargo shorts. I think the let's see. We'll just do shorter ones for now, see what that comes out to. But I think like just like that. I didn't like that. Need to move together. They definitely feel more casual as like booty shorts. And I guess like that fits my idea of like a casual outfit in general, or like athletic wear gym shorts. Atomic Heart is such a good game. I want to play it, but man, I don't think I could take all the onslaught of robots they throw at you. I am much better at FNAF games. I haven't actually played any of the FNAF games. I was thinking of doing a scary game for Halloween, though. Wow, they'd have to be a lot smaller. I guess they'd be smaller on this side. Interesting. you'd cut them like this. I guess so. These curves suck so much sometimes. We will do this instead. That. What do you think? Something like this? That's what I was imagining when you described them. What sort of games were you thinking? Short and spooky or longer playthroughs? Oh, I think it was maybe Silent Hill in VR. Some game like that. Can't remember which one it was. Can you port the leg warmers so we can see them together? That's a good question. Um, why don't I just export it to Blender? That'll work. Honestly, if you're thinking VR, you could always do Phasma. Rope some hapless peeps in for a multiplayer session. That, or there are some VR chat scary games. I've neglected VR chat as well. It's kind of a source. But it should be fun. I think something like that might be a good way to enjoy Halloween. And it's coming up quick. A little too fast. So go up to warmers. Let's put them right here for right now. Right. Did a VR version of PT the other day. I screamed a lot. Yeah, that would be intense. So let's see. We've got our warmers here. So on the legs. So this would be, it's a little hard to see. Let's see, maybe I should put on. It's a little hard to see because I can't visualize the full thing. You got your shorts and your leg warmers. Then if you did like longer ones, I guess it'd be like right here. Something like that. Play Phasma, don't touch the tarot card deck. It's a double-edged sword. First time I played, I drew the death card on the first draw in the deck. I'm pretty sure it was Silent Hill. Hello, Era. Welcome. Want a bit of thigh exposed. Okay. I think I'll make them probably come out a bit further. Or do that little cut that they have. Just so it's less of like, more like this. Oop. Save that. Back to here. Should be able to delete curve points there. There's not really a need for that many curve points. Was it in VRC or standalone? I've done PT map in VRC. It was okay, but nothing on the original demo. Just dropping in to say hi. Well, hope you're having a good one. Happy Tuesday. VRC was a new and popular. Ooh, Silent Hill 2 just had a remake. If that's what you're thinking about, it looks really good. It must have been that. Yeah, I think so. I'm a big baby though. I don't do very well with scary games, but it's Halloween. It's part of the fun. I guess we just pull the corners out to give it a bit more length. It's just making this very pointed bit though. Delete the curve points there. Just this one. Has a good stream, gonna lurk. Sounds good, Era. I have to take a look through. It's been a long while since I played through the other ones, so probably not the same. Love war games, especially in VR, but I can't play them alone. Tried the Devouring a while back. At one point, the house found me hiding behind a sofa in game. Kind of resetting the position of everything here because I'm kind of annoyed with how it's behaving. Okay, probably a bit too much fabric this side, so I'm gonna that and then delete this curve point, or no, delete curve point. We're gonna make it line up with the other one. Now they're the same size. Okay. Let's bring up the side just a little bit. Recover that curve that we had. A little bit longer. These two, bring them down. One called The Hole. It's a fun short map, though, just jump scares. Those always get me the worst. I can't help but flinch. Just trying to right click. Way too pointed. But actually just the front here. Okay. Got a really good one that fell flat at the end because you confront the big monster ghost with a gun and kill it, suddenly gone from horror to shooter. That's a really hard balance to maintain. Like, I find a lot of movies, once you see the monster, it's really a lot less interesting. It's usually when it's just like just in your head, or like you have to imagine what's going on, or you don't know exactly what's going on, that it's I feel like it's the most effective. So these should actually be a lot more that. So we get this little taper there. Okay. Lower. Actually, for the top piece, let's turn on elastic. See how that goes. That did nothing because I didn't have the whole object selected. So let's turn it on. No change. Oh, I feel like I messed it up somehow. Needs to be a bit longer. So I can actually like bunch up. Excuse me. Looking through my faved worlds for a couple recs, and they've been unpublished / deleted. I did see there was a lot of really beautiful maps. If you I saw a while back that I was just surprised they were gone. I don't understand the need to delete so often for the on the world creators. I don't know what are they thinking? Some good stuff out there. Yes. What are you doing? Huh? What are you doing? You with that mouse? You with that mouse? So you're rolling around in the catnip. I gave her catnip for the first time, and I think it's actually having an effect. As form hugging to accentuate the cake, please. It may have been republished with a different ID. The smaller one is to purify one us through. It's going to be interesting to work with the tail, because it does make it a bit difficult. Oop. Pretty good. Let's switch up the material a little. Turn up the particle distance to 15. There you go. Caked up on a Sunday afternoon. Let's make it a little bit longer. Do just select all of these. Do a bit of that. Something's weird about this edge. It's a little more jagged than I'd expect. Let's add to these edges. Can I do seam taping just for those edges? I can. Useful. Let's turn that up. The edge is just getting pulled under. And that won't be an issue if we cut it and create a new material. So, select here. Oh, link to world. Since my character is inspired by K-pop, I've been listening to so much K-pop. I saw the Netflix movie. That was pretty interesting. This looks cool. Scary. I just want to do just one edge. Well, we'll do both for now. And I will want to split there so we can make that go up. Interesting. That should work. Right click, offset internal line. We're going to do 10 millimeters. Okay. Mess that up. Offset internal line, 10 millimeters, boom. Wait a little bit. Select that line. Overlapping. Internal line. Internal line. Then right click, cut, and sew. All right. So this new edge here, we're gonna have a new material. Or at the very least, we're just gonna turn off elastic on them. These pieces can be elastic. This one should not be. That should help. Sure, it's not folding in on itself. Just give it a much cleaner look. And then we also will want to continue that edge up there. Hello, Ariso. Good morning. Jeez. I want to see it so bad because number 2 in the works for K-pop Demon Hunters. Okay. Favorite song I've heard so far is How It's Done. I don't think I remember many of the song names, but it was enjoyable. The colors were amazing. Plot wise, meh. Feel like they kind of were. They knew that they were making a series of some sort, so they kind of held back on a lot of the details. There's a lot of not necessarily plot holes, but information that they just didn't feel like sharing, like why she's a half demon, that kind of thing. That's not a spoiler. What am I cooking today? We are working on some shorts, and then we're going to be working on a harness. We're also trying to get some VTuber conversion done. We'll see how that goes. That's up in the air right now. Yeah. Get to like sit on that tail in a realistic way. Having a tail would be kind of annoying, I think. Okay, that's all right. Let's now take the... I think they said they had to cut a lot of content from the movie, so did the best they could with what they could keep. Interesting. I feel like it would have almost I'm a little surprised it wasn't a show. Because I feel like that's almost what they're looking for. What they were looking for. Uniform split, 2 cuts. Oh, I see. I should have said 3. Right. 1, we'll cut the cut right in the middle. We want 2. Split uniformly into 3 edges. Then internal line here. Cut. Let me split it. Boom. Boom. Right click. Cut and sew. Wow, that cut is in a very different spot than I expected. Hello, Kabar. You can make a tail hole like Beastars models use. I suppose for the pants it felt fitting, but maybe I will add a hole to this one. It'll look a little bit better. But hello, Kabar. Welcome, welcome. How is it going? Hope everyone's having a good day out there. Make this one a little bit bigger. We're gonna have to redo the seams on all of these. These are getting weird. A lot of like little lines. These little lines. There we go. Okay, and then these segments are still okay. But I do want to do segment sewing. Lift that up a little. Down a little. This one I will delete. So we'll recreate it with symmetric sewing. Segment sew here to there, and here to there. Oh, and then here. Interesting. Edit sewing is B. I'm trying to remember that. Should actually be boom. Boom. How do you isolate the seams in the clothing when you're painting on them? Say that the hem on those shorts, for example, if you were to paint them different color, how would I do it? So it's usually done through just a selection. So you can select and you can change the fabric that it has, and the fabric has color properties. So if I go up here, I select the fabric itself, I can change that color. So I actually do need to change the color, so I'll do that right now. We'll apply that. Apply close. And then for our hem here, these pieces, I actually do want different color, and I believe I just drag it onto them. I could select them. Yeah. Oh, this one. Yeah. Got that you don't retouch the clothes you get from empty. No, I do. I do. I do retopologize them. They are. Are you asking for substance? Okay, so that would be your ID map, and it'd still be exactly what I did there. Just give them different fabrics, because in Blender you can, as your if you're using a standard shader, just the default shader, principled BSDF, whatever color you set here can get baked into your ID map, and then you use a color selection. So I can actually show you that if you want me to. And so you make different material selections. You bring those into substance. So the different materials on your high poly can bake, and you can get something like this. Ta-da! So these are all exactly the material colors I set in Blender. And then on your masks, you use let's see if I can find the right one. Scales, chest scales. You use a color selection right here. So you can just sample, you can see that this color is that chest color. And that way, I mean, you can get really crisp masks based on what you're baking in your high poly. So pretty nice. You can do the same with your teeth and whatever you want, really. I believe you're also able to bake vertex colors. So if you really did want to bake smooth transitions, you could use your vertex colors as well from your high poly, which is awesome. Quite simple. Marvelous Designer has its own retopo system, but I'm not sure how it works. I personally don't use the Marvelous Designer retopo, but it seems pretty comprehensive. It's just not my, I prefer Blender, so there ain't nothing wrong with either choice. There ain't nothing wrong. I'm going to add a point right here. Then I'm going to add a point right here. We're going to go to segment sewing, edit that sewing, boom, delete, but we'll switch back. So let's edit vNyan, so N, that, and then V, take this one, yeah, then delete it. That's the front, yeah. Okay, so actually I would want these over here because that just makes it a little bit easier to see what's going on. That's actually how they're lined up in 3D space. So V, delete. Oh. Then we'll take N here to there. Okay, perfect. Then I'm going to take these here, move that up, and hit play. All right, so now the little waistband should be going over. There should actually be a gap. Close. Oh, this is the front. Silly me. Delete point. Then reconnect. In other words, if the high poly has multiple materials, you can bake those as an ID mask because my workflow makes use of one material for each UV map. Yes, you can bake your high poly into an ID mask using their base color property. My workflow makes use of one material for each UV map. Okay, that's pretty cool. You can still bake out, if you're in Substance, you can export custom channels. So for example, so right now you're using UV maps, but you could bake your masks directly as textures. And if I go here to my output templates, I have my Unity Poyomi, and it's literally all these channels right here. Once I hit masks, so reflection specular is a custom one. And I can send this to you if you want. Then I have my all my masks right here because I use the global masks for Poyomi now rather than each kind of specific property. You can use global masks. It's a lot more useful. Okay, I'm rambling now, but that way you can just bake out textures directly. So you paint whatever you want in Substance, use that, and then okay, perfect. Yeah, I love that so much. Super, super useful. All right, let's go to the back. Select these, delete, add that point right there. Segment sewing. Boom. Play. There we go. All right. Fun. Fits over the tail. I'm going to make this more of a gray because I can't really see what's going on the surface. That here. Almost there. A little bit of a gap right in the middle. Wonder why. Should have. Guess we didn't reconnect those. Not a big fan of the elastic here, so I'm going to turn that down. Cool. A few more things to do. Let's take, I believe that this is the front piece here. These are the back pieces, so I want this edge, and this edge. Right click. It's a little goofy. No. What we could do, actually, offset pattern outline by 10. Then redo that quite a few more times. To offset the pattern outline by, let's say, you don't play with weft and warp elasticity. I forgot the name of that property. When you change from 100 to whatever product makes it tighter or loose. Shrinkage is the name, I think. What I've been doing a lot lately is the steaming, the little iron here. And that's really nice because you can put wrinkles kind of like right where you want. Yeah, for me it's all about the wrinkles. So as long as I'm getting the form I want, doing pretty good. Extend 10, let's say 60. Okay. We've got to line that up a little bit better. We don't have to line it up, but I want to. All right. Then back to editing seams. Oh, good. Okay, perfect. It actually did what I wanted it to. And these segments here, I actually need to delete. But I still need to get rid of the segment zone here. I want to, if this is the front piece, then I want this piece to attach to that piece. Then this piece attached to this one. And we can kind of do the rest over here, actually. Nope. Perfect. Last one here. There. Okay. Very cool. Now I really got some shorts. I am not a fan of how shrunk those are getting. So we will just actually shrink them right here. because they're loose on both sides. We could just do about that. Front's good. Let's do these ones down. Maybe there's just too much fabric. Let's try that elastic one more time. Shrinkage is the name though. I think a light gray pastel color would look best instead of black. Okay, heck yeah. Do something like that. And I know there's also this other, don't know exactly what this is. Segment puckering. I see a visual difference, but maybe it's not big enough to do the behavior. I guess that's close to what I wanted. All right, cool. Say that looks pretty good. Da, da, da. Drawstring. That's what we're missing currently. It's gonna look a little bit more high-waisted too. So let's see. I was hoping that would. We could get a little bit more wrinkle if we do something like this. That didn't really seem to do what I had hoped. Okay, I think that's looking good. Can we try lavender or pastel pink? Absolutely. Go ahead and save that there. Double check we're using quad optimize, and it is time to get this into Minotaur. We don't really have a gap in the middle. That's going to be the most difficult part to bake. Let's see if we can kind of yeah, give that a shot. Cool. Load. That's great. Pause, double click. We're going to freeze our mesh. Now we're going to do File, Export, OBJ, Shorts. Bada boom. Save here. Back to Blendor. We're going to actually back up. No, we don't import this. There we go. Save. And here we have the warmers. Hide that. Hide the low poly. And make a new collection. Shorts. Edit. Shorts. High poly. Shorts. Low poly. Save. On the high poly, we're going to add an object. Shorts underscore high. You know what? We actually do need to import them directly. I was going to do something else, but because we won't recover the materials if I do that. All right, shorts, OBJ, Control AR, set the rotation to 0, drop them in high poly, rename them, add in our circle of 8. Bada boom. Shrink it down. Put it right there, so. We're going to add a mirror, subdivision, shrink wrap. Set it to retopology. Extrude. Extrude again. Delete this point. Select this. Extrude to the middle. We'll go ahead and apply subdivision, duplicate and apply the shrink wrap. Back up just a little bit before the subdivision. And I'm going to put 3 cuts, just 1 cut. Okay. Going to here. Use my relax slide to smooth it all out. Wow, it gets crunchy there. Crunchy. Nice. Okay. Duplicate, apply. Let's go check out what's going on here. It's definitely breaking there. I'm going to delete that. Review with the high poly. Take this edge all the way to the top. Cut it. Actually, duplicate, apply. Cut it. Duplicate, apply. Pretty much just constantly reapplying that. I'm lazy. All right. Shade smooth. Wireframe. Let's connect these two. Boom. Top view. Shift tab. There. There. Got it. Do even one more cut just to really Make sure it's on top of the tail. Them curves. Um, we're going to take this edge, double G to move it, add a cut there. Take these points, extrude them. Let's go right there. Close up this little space here. One more cut here. Nice. We're going to take this point, rip it with a V. Something like that. Up there. Oh, fuck it. Skip. How many is that? Stats. 944. Not too bad. Already stopped looking for more. You retopoed everything already. WTF. Well, I'm pretty pleased with my speed nowadays. We need a little bit more resolution here. For the booty. Ooh, it's really crunchy there. You don't use subdivision when retopoing. I did when I first put the object on. Let's duplicate, apply the shrink wrap. I'm going to apply the mirror now. Close these up. Bridge. Oh, I will do a subdivision of the mesh once I'm ready to start baking. But it's just a little faster because at the moment, just because subdivision's slow. Let's put this above the surface. Just inflate this a little bit so we can get. I don't know why it's not working on that side. Is it above the surface? I guess so. Okay. It's pretty close. Send the one without subdivision to Unity, the low poly. Yes. Yes. In fact, we're going to cut this open and get it baking right now. So we should be getting it into Unity pretty quick. Going to not put the cut on the front. I'm going to put it right here. Okay. Bada. Boom ski. Boom. Bring them in. Something like that. Oh. like the low poly putting a subdivision modifier and sending it to substance, then removing the modifier and sending it to unity. I usually don't put a subdivision on the low poly version that I'm baking, uh, just because um, when you bring a mesh into substance, it triangulates your mesh, and whatever you bake that with, your normal map most closely reflects that mesh as it's getting baked in that moment. Um, so I prefer to have just the exact mesh I'm going to use in Unity to be the one that I'm baking for the most part, with some tweaks thrown in. But actually, what is this little section I'm holding right here? I don't think that's what I want to use. I think I actually want this section. This is more of the thigh than anything. Yeah, actually, I think it should be like that. Yeah. Oh, hi, kitty cat. What are you doing down there? You playing with your toy? I'm gonna move this a little. I don't run you over. Okay. That looks a little bit more accurate. Okay, let's get a little confused. What am I looking at here? So my mesh has this cut down here. I do want that all as one piece, but they kind of have these little phalanges, so they come off. That it's not necessarily my favorite way to do it, but that is how I unwrapped the pants. So I guess that's what we'll stick with. And then this other piece that I'm encountering is probably this edge here. Yeah, I prefer that. Just need to figure out what to do with this middle piece. And I do this again. Doo-doo. Okay, makes a little bit more sense to me starting on this side. This section here. Hmm. There we go. Spot does get goofy. Should work. Ooh, I broke that. Cheese! Are you actually munching on some cheese right now? Yep. Okay. Buy one, getting pictures, then send them to ChatGPT and asking it to cheeseify them. Make them out of cheese. Change the name to a cheese variant. For example, I have a friend called Letty. I renamed her to Chetty. That's funny. Sounds like the start of an SCP. I always thought I liked cheese. But what if the world was cheese? The lore expands. This is just it's so close to being good, but then we have this little bump right there that I'm not pleased with. All right, let's see how that bakes. Sounds like an episode of Wallace and Gromit. Okay, so this will be our shorts low. We'll put them in here. On the shorts high poly, and add that subdivision. I'm also going to add a solidify. Can add a vertex group to the solidify. And take one of the materials, oops, select, and just put it into solidify. Then we'll use that as a mask. Ooh, that's really nice, actually. How did I mess that up? remove. Is that getting rid of it? I don't get it. Oh. White lining slash piping is good. Good. Trying to make that pop a little bit more. I see why. This is just thin. Oh no, I messed up the selection somehow. Back up a few. Okay. Tough part is including this edge just a little bit. I wonder why. So close yet so far. Here's what we can do. Hello, Dara. Welcome. White lining slash piping is good. Thank you. We're working on some shorts here for Evan here. How's your day going? I'm going to get rid of solidify there. We're going to make a new object here. We'll call shorts underscore piping. And shorts hi. Piping. Just look up, little boss ain't gonna be happy. Uh-oh. Well, good luck. You like short shorts? I like short shorts. Good. Good. A new collection. Shorts. Main. Poly. Put this one in here on this empty object. Add in. Join. Selected. It's this collection. So now just have this collection. Then we'll add a modifier. A mask to that solidify group that we created. It's smooth. And we can flip it. Now, not smooth. Yes, perfect. Now we can solidify. And we can push that out. Nice. Okay, and that gives us this really nice. Let's also slap on a weighted normal. And that didn't make much of a difference. Hmm. We'll come back to that. A little bit less of an edge. Dang it. No. Annoying that it's just barely under the surface there. Ah. Oh, you know what I could do? It's actually cheat a little. Not subdivision, but shrink wrap this onto itself. And by itself, I actually mean this one, which it probably isn't clipping through at all. Now that I'm just looking at the wrong thing. That, yeah, perfect. And yes, I will do only. Perfect. So we're gonna get a really nice edge there. It'll look good. And actually, in the shorts that we were referencing, usually the piping went all the way up to the top here, not quite like we have it. So these are more like lifeguard shorts than they are the correct material. So we'll grab the top here. Boom, boom, boom. What we'll do is simply the other material. Then we can save. And I actually think as well, go in here. I won't worry about it just yet. We're going to do a little split so we get a nice edge in the middle too. I just exported, right? Pretty sure. Delete. Oh. Delete. Save. File. Import. OBJ. Shorts. Boom. And those look exactly the same. Okay. Yeah. File. Export. J. Shorts. Boom. Yes. Oh, so much exporting. Export, import, snip, snap, snip, snap. Yeah, okay, much better. Now for the piping, what we can do is go here, these ones, add our solidify, just make sure that that selection is simply this. Go. And on the main shorts, we'll also add a subdivision just to give it that extra F. So much contextual stuff. I always build up some shader graph so quickly. I'm not sure if I really need to, but anyway, we're going to take these edges here. Go right here. All this split, sign. I might as well just split them. That. Shift E, crease them. So we still get that sharp part, but when we solidify, we're actually going to get that right there. All right, that's going to give us some nice baked data. Right to work, I have some folks looking to do the internals. Hit me up on Discord and send them the final version yet. If I can't stop by on my phone at work later, have a good one. Sounds good, Dara. I'll get those files over to you today. Or, sorry, I get the Blender file over, but I'll get the edits done probably by tomorrow afternoon. I'll get those files to you. But definitely enjoy your day. Good luck with work. Okay, that all looks quite good, to be honest. I'm going to make one more collection, which we'll call shorts. Edits. Or geo. Poly. Put the piping in there. Actually going to duplicate it, get rid of the mask. We're just solidifying the shorts themselves now with nothing else. Get rid of the bevel. Then what we can do, just push the shorts in a little ways, which I like because that allows for some baking on the inside, which we'll need to update our low poly to include. Because I really do prefer making like a lip, internal lip, especially if you have an outline on your mesh. So if you just have an edge, like on the low poly right now, if it's just a cut on the edge, then your outline shader will not work well. You really want something a little bit more like this. And we'll do that for all of them. Okay. Fortunately, that does mean we're going to have to redo some parts of our UV map again. That's okay. We'll get some better results. Specifically, that would be these edges. Here. So unpin them, unwrap them again. Do something like this. Boom. Okay. That's interesting. a little bit busted up here. Okay, so that's the low poly. We have the shorts high poly piping. We have the high poly main solid. Okay. Then let's just finish up the low poly work we're doing. Fix this UV, and then let's move on to baking the shorts one more time. I can figure out what's going on here first. Let's actually take just this section, unpin it, and unwrap it, see what happens. Interesting. I think it's like it wants to go out this way. That's the back here. We have this cut here and then the curve, which makes this nice U shape that we're seeing right here. See that it's contained, so I made that little piece. And then it hits the middle, the internal seam, and that's this edge. I really don't have a problem with that, so maybe what we need is actually to stretch or something like that. Or, oh, okay, I see. Let me rotate it. So basically this edge right here is getting really smushed. Like this. See how much that curves there? We don't really want that. Doing this, I did not. Okay. Okay. Something like this. Why did I choose that one? What's special about that one edge? It really does curve like that, though. I don't know. Okay. Maybe I need to just focus on bringing stuff in rather than out. Okay, Jesus. Hi, Pixie. See that? It's just clambered up me. Did you get too toasty in the sun? Did you get too toasty in the sun? Oh, you toasty baby. I see what to do. Boom. Boom. Yeah. There we go. That should give us a nice solid UV map. Okay, I think I'm gonna take a break right here and go eat my lunch. I'll probably be back in about 30 minutes or so. When we get back, we'll go ahead and pick up baking this. Oh, there's one more thing to do when it comes to baking. Let me do that while I'm thinking. But I made a little holes for everything except this one here. So funny. Okay. That should bake super nicely. Okay, but I'm gonna do that baking once I get back from lunch. So I'll be back soon. Definitely enjoy your break, everyone, and I'll see you in just a moment. Again, just about 30 minutes. I'm not going to turn off the stream. Just going to pause it. So be back in a little bit. Ooh, can you guys hear me? Hopefully I'm not jump scaring anyone. Okay, so now what we need to do is decide what I need to. Bad baby alert. Okay. You're gonna be up here. You just gotta lay, okay? Sorry. Yeah, but stay down. Stay down. There you go. So we're gonna combine these with one of the other objects. I suppose I could use the harness material. Probably going to be done with everything by Monday, end of Monday or Tuesday. Oh. The quest conversion should be pretty straightforward, actually. Okay. You're just going to play, you're going to go down. What are we already at? This is the wrong project. Ah, okay. Loading. All right. Cute. So we got the flannel sweater. I did decrease the vertex count considerably. Just make a folder for the shorts, I suppose. Perfect. So on this one, rapid update, our target collection over here. Beautiful. So this is the actual version that's going to go in game. We just need some weight on it. So what we'll do is apply this. Add a, nope. Add a data transfer. We're going to use the body marvelous proxy we created. We want the face corner data, custom norm, no, not custom normals. Vertex data, vertex group, nearest face interpolated, generate data layers, and apply. So that should have worked pretty well. We can go here, update selected, and enable the rig and parent, or child, the object to it. So now it moves, and we can export this to its own spot. We'll say shorts. Oh my god. Hey, careful. Be careful. This will be its own object. Export. I don't know. Can you all hear them running around? Expect something to be exploding every time I turn around. Warmers, shorts right there. Drop them in. We'll disable these two. This one, we're going to add an armature link. That link will be root.x. Then we'll add a toggle. Clothing slash shorts. And it'll be an object toggle for this item. Save between worlds. You okay back there? I have like a collection of cardboard boxes for them and currently destroying them. Okay. Let's just look at some of these other outfits. So the flannel and the casual outfit are actually the flannel and the warmers are combined into this map. We do have a decent amount of empty space. No, we don't. Yeah, so none there. So let's look at the casual outfit again. So quite filled. So I think that the shorts and the harness are going to share material. We'll just simplify everything. I think we'll leave it just like that. Perfect. So shorts low poly. I know VR chat's now doing texture atlasing. Maybe I should make things with that. So shorts low. We want to export these. We're going to go to the collection. We're going to add an FBX export option. Select them. We're going to be sending these to folder. Should be part of this design or no, substance painter. Shorts. I'm really tempted to actually combine them with the casual outfit. That feels the most fitting. Like that is kind of what it should go with. So let's do that. Pretty close. I think we'll rotate this. This one right up there. Or there is enough space. It is like just enough. Getting attacked here. Hey, you can't play if you're up here. Go play. So close. I'm just recreating the same pattern I had before, but rotated. So close. So close. Okay. So close. Let's try that. So take the shorts low poly. Add that to our casual outfit. Boom. Shorts high poly. Can go right there, except for this one. That's going to go into components. High poly, low poly, and new folder. We're going to make one for post fake. Because I don't want to have to disable all this stuff and turn it on and off all the time. So to do that, we're going to focus on the low poly. I guess 2 folders. So casual outfit, source, mesh. This will be baker, 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 because those are both for baking. And then this one will be post process. Okay. So for all these, I basically want to duplicate the collection. Move these to source. As a rename collections. Let's make more sense, or maybe it won't, but just need to reorganize some stuff so I can make edits without breaking anything. So a little bit of reorganization here. So we got our source. We need some other colors within this folder. And this one. Annoying. That did not work as I wanted it to. editor, rename. Load a source. It should just iterate through my selected collection. Okay, good. So yeah, just within here, rename to source. That'll save me a lot of time. All right. And low, that's what we want. High poly's fine. With a casual outfit, post-process, I would want to say processed. Okay, just make sure that didn't change anything else. No, no. And we're actually just going to switch that to processed. Okay. So, why do all that? Well, that's because on our source meshes, I really just want it to be the modifiers on here that only the essential modifiers. So I don't need to offset any of this at all. This is just purely for baking. Right here. That's the offset selection for the bake. Like that. So that's the core one. And pretty much just want to do that for all of them actually. So remove modifiers. Click this one. So they get to be just be themselves. This is what they are. They are the source objects. That's great. That's exactly what we need to start with. Source. Then we also need a version that we can export. That's why we have these ones. And yeah, I guess I could just take the source file. I'm a little baby pixie. Pixie, pixie, pixie. Do I put it in the rapid or do I reference with GeoNodes? GeoNodes is a little bit nicer. Oh. Wait, let me back up a little bit. I copied the modifiers with both those enabled. One more time. Copy modifiers. Okay, just source. Then we can go to the source could be below high poly. Source. The bake version. Good, it's still got its stuff. We need that stuff. One more time, back up. For each of these. Hi. No. Stop. Okay, I want to keep the data selection or the data transfer. No. Yeah. So copy the data transfer over. Baker's fine. No. Damn it. Damn it. Get rid of that one. On this one, we don't need the data transfer, but we will take the displace. Actually, will we take the displace? Because that's just to process it, so no. But I do want the offset there. We already have the data transfer in the other, so now should be able to do that. Hi, Polly Baker. I'll have to do one more offset for the shorts. So let's just copy this over right now. Okay, now the baking, I can just leave in this arrangement. I don't have to change anything or do anything. It's there. It's ready to be baked. But the post-process ones, I want to keep, and we just want to remove anything related to baking. This is what we do in order to fit them properly onto everything. So we're looking good. Very cool. All right. Ugh. Am I missing anything? I don't think so. Okay, so let's enable these two. So we want to set them up to export. We don't need to re-export the high poly actually. See, now that does stay in components. Okay. And actually, we do need. Okay, export all collections. Save. Painter. Ebonhorn casual outfit. Save. Shift Control R to refresh. Load bake. Excuse me. Bake. Something's messed up right there. Some overlap. Yeah, I see it on both sleeves, so definitely some overlap. It's in the pants. For some reason I thought I'd gotten that figured out. It's a little annoying because now I do need to adjust these, which is we need to add geonode called join selected collection. We'd want that above everything. We want to take our source and add it. So for this one, it's object hoodie casual low. I want hoodie casual source. Copy to selected. These ones will now be the jeans. And the shirt. And of course, the shorts. I can understand if it seems weird to have done that, but it's just going to save me a lot of time. Because now I have my baking setup, my non-baking setup. All I need to change is the source. Changes propagate to both my post process and to the baking version. Simple. In fact, they do need to be on these ones too. So pixie. So it is shorts, shorts, shirt, jeans, jeans. Hoodie. All right. This one I grabbed jeans low poly. Should have got jeans source. Just double check I did get the source files for the rest of them. Nice. Okay. So now on the source files, we need to adjust our UV map. That's messed up. For some reason, it surprised me. I thought we spent some time trying to remap these. And they weren't mapped. Was I remapping a different object? I think so. All right. And I'm feeling lazy. We'll just do the baker. Just export the baker. Hello, Jeannie. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. How's it going? right, beautiful. So let's go ahead and add one more template folder. Or flat, what I call them, flat, like so. And this one's for shorts. Boom. And we can make them instead of lavender. Kind of close. Okay. Then we'll actually put one more on top, which is we'll call these ones shorts. This one, piping. And on this one, we'll use a color selection to sample that. And we'll add filter, alias. Darn, it is a little bit lower res than I like, or maybe it's getting stretched. We have enough space to scale that up. So I think maybe right there. So I'll take this one, scale it up. Right. I just have to make sure I don't include scale options there. That did not work very well. Looks pretty good. We get a little bit more out of that. Is the juice worth the squeeze? Yes. Let's close Marvelous. Let's refresh our mesh here. Mode, bake, save. Bake. Much better. We still got quite a bit of resolution on all the other items. I think that was a smooth move. Okay. Go ahead and export this to Unity. It's like 1247. What do I have time for? This might be a good stopping point. Let me try to switch over to vNyan. and do this avatar stuff. But let's get the latest version of the clothes into Unity. Take a little look-see. So move shorts to casual outfit. We'll make sure that these objects all point to the correct update, which is no longer low poly, but instead these post-process ones, because that's where I make sure things fit, do all my post-processing. Hoodie casual selected. I want hoodie casual processed. Jeans. Shirt. Shirts. Save. Update. 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 These ones shrink. Pretty sure we used an offset mesh proxy maybe not. I mean, we definitely did. All right. There might be a little bit more cleanup to do, but I want to see the outfit with the shorts in. Yeah. Which means we can actually go back here, delete the shorts, delete the shorts. Shorts are deleted. Casual outfit. Should now have them. Nice. One thing that's missing must be the material assignment. Okay. Perfect. Go. Okay, so it's a little rough right now because we don't have any UV discards for the fluff. And we also need to make sure we drop this into here. And then looks like there was something wrong with the eyes. That always happens when we adjust. Then shapes look up, look down. Oh, maybe not. The eyes were white though. Does that have something to do with okay, that's just this that emulator. Good. Cool. Cool stuff. Now, ooh, crunchy. Now, something should happen. I was gonna do stuff with my brain. Okay. Very cool. And should be able to also combine those with the warmers. So put those in. So yeah, clothing. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Like a go-go dancer. I feel like the cloth on the warmers is a little too glossy. A little too glossy. And I think the bumps are too big. So we'll want to go like one level down with that. Okay. So let's go back here. Save that. And I'm actually going to stop work on Ebonhorn for now. We're going to switch over to working on some vNyan, VTuber conversion stuff. Saved. All right. So apparently there's a package within the vNyan package. This one here, the vNyan Avatar SDK. It allows for faster. Go. Which should allow me to take Foxhound and do avatar setup tool. This tool provides a handful of checks and features per your model for export as a vNyan avatar. Do that one. Fix. Fix. there's no need to use that. Just reloading the same file. And this was the blend shape I was initially changing. Which I now have. And I believe what I want to do is delete this, save, take out the FBX of Foxhound, take out the vNyan version, VRM version, lock this. I'm actually going to hide it because I don't want to see it. Then we just drag all this crap onto the other one. Okay, then we can select this one and say vNyan, export VSF avatar vNyan, blah, 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 blah. We'll overwrite this. Yes. Yes, I do. Oops, I closed chat. Okay, good. All right, we got about 1 hour left in streaming. Oh. Save. And now we open up vNyan. Scary. It's just cold. Okay. That's just my mic picking up way too much, but oh, I don't know if it's properly using my webcam. It is definitely not. So let me disable my webcam on OBS. And then we're going to go here, settings. All right. Good. And the hands are working properly. And okay, save that. I'm gonna do some other settings such as screenshot, turning off anti-alias, audio, threshold, my eyeball. Oh, that's the wrong thing. Audio link. We're not using audio link. We're using this one. I had the gain maxed out, so that would definitely be an issue. Ooh. That looks a lot better. Probably need to filter it out even more. Or the fingers look a little crooked, I guess. I don't know. I guess I can test that simply by dragging this one out. And we'll do export VSF avatar. And we'll call this one direct VRM. Okay. Still loading. Export complete. Direct VRM. Oh, where did that end up? Should be right next to that. Okay, they look the same, so that is as oh well, I didn't really mean to close that, but that's as good as that'll get for now. Not sure about my camera's placement. My phone needs to be right in front of my face, and then the monitor I have is raised, so I might do lower, but honestly do not know. We won't want to know till you test. Fingers are terrible. Unity does not give you any freedom with them on the humanoid rig. Trying to figure out if you could rig a two-thumb hand. Oh, interesting. So the pinky is the second thumb and slowly spiral into madness over about 3 days. Maybe with bone rotation or like rotation constraints. That's my only guess, though. WTB rotation constraints let you invert rotations. No, interesting. Hey, Pixie. What are you doing? What are you doing, you little goofball? Your little tummy right there. Okay. That still means I need to make everything from scratch for the VRM version. Starting constraints just copied the thumb perfectly, so the second thumb was breaking backwards instead of going towards the palm. Tried so many different configurations, control runs, constraints, and I forget what else. It all failed because Unity is a biatch about things. about the thingies. Ugh. I know with the latest VR chat constraints, they do have a local option. Anyway, sorry. I'm not trying to just come up with suggestions. Can't help that part. Hi, what are you doing? Hi. What? Yeah. Being a cute little kitty cat. She's about to fall asleep. Oh, you're so tired. Local rotation still bend it backwards. You have to try posing bones different ways. Rotate them. Well, Unity says no. Oh. Oh. Well, it's so funny. Like it's amazing how VR is one of those things where you like think to yourself like, oh man, you can do anything in here, and then there's always these weird technical constraints or problems that pop up, like, and you really can't do everything in here. Oh, this is so much work. Okay. Although, if you've seen the Griff rework by Purpsies, they're doing absolute witchcraft with their with the IK and animations. Never seen a quad model that good before. Okay, heck yeah. I think I saw some stuff on Unity for it, or Twitter, excuse me. Damn. See the little. Where did this edge get back in there? Oh, his tummy right there. Oh, I was confusing my files for a second. I was like, this structure looks so different. And of course, yes, it is different. Hmm. Interesting. It's not the mesh that's doing that. It is, in fact, the normal map that has that issue. So let's take a look. Okay, good. I'm glad at least that it's just showing up here too. So that means it's probably pretty easy to remedy. Now we reset everything to bake, didn't we? Yeah. So if we're getting that error there, let me review the normal map. No issue there. Only an issue here. Nothing's enabled right now, so it has to be from the bake itself that we're getting that issue, despite it not showing there. Despite it not showing as an issue. Let's go ahead and re-export since we reset the normals, all that jazz. So do this, boom, select everything, export collections, save, go here, refresh, load, bake. We have diffusion enabled, ignore backface. It's good, but it looked good before too. What else could cause that issue? Nothing. That was it. Save. kid yell very distantly. No idea what that's about. So, exporting the textures should fix the issue. I'm going to have to start shutting down my stream in just a little bit. All right. No need to re-export the body. We do need to re-export the Unity package, though. That probably explains this, too. And a little bit of that bumpiness. A few other spots. Okay. So, anything left undone currently? Jeez. Um, oh. Nope. Nope. Big old bite out of her. Okay, so this is the old version of the VRM. Is it forcing me to import this part? I understand why. Okay, nothing's selected in there except for this one folder. So should be fine to import that because it's not anything too specific. Wyoming stuff I don't need to. This is just the folder Foxhound VRM. Blend shapes, all that stuff. We have the graph. We have the original avatar. We have all these animations. I'm just going to import it. You're mean. You're grabbing me with your claws. Thank you. Lay down. So we have the VRM conversion, then we have the VRM. This is the prior version of the character, which for some reason looks like that. Which is kind of hilarious, but oh, I see. The textures are all tweaked and changed, so it's gonna look bizarre. Uh, uh, but we do have insight into how to get these things working. That's what intrigues me the most right now, is that it looks like we simply left this animator on the character. No, 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 no. That's not what it is. There is an animator on the body. Ugh, yeah, that's right. vNyan, if you're making a VTuber, use Warudo. Just, if anyone out there is thinking about making a VTuber, don't use anything other than Warudo. You will have an easier time. Because all these animations had to be adjusted. These ones aren't actually too different. Still have, say, body. But are those the animations that we're using in here? We're not using any of the animations in here. We're only using animations. Body, these ones here, which is a direct blend tree for the body and the eye hue. How are we doing the other ones then? The other ones we're adjusting through the anim parameter link. We just have these three adjusters, and then everything else must be through the graph. Okay. Okay, so we're gonna have to go through the graph for all the major changes, and that's because there are properties on individual objects that we wouldn't be able to adjust without this vNyan and param link. So we're specifically going to adjust those parameters. And we can't work on the character with the main animator. We have to go through sub animators on individual objects, which requires us to adjust all their animations. These ones see renamed paths. All of those have been renamed. Okay. That sucks. That's what really sucks. Trying to think of a better way to do this, because there is one aspect to the other thing, the Warudo converter, is that when we do the Warudo conversion, we do get a kind of temporary version of the character made by VRC Fury, So all the animators set up correctly. Uh, that was funny. You're a funny baby. Are you biting my finger? Biting my finger. Thank you. You got stanky breath. And if we look at the graph, which is here, this is that initial graph that we had. Okay. So there actually wouldn't be anything that I need to do in regards to animations or animators on this new character. Because we already have the old one. What we'll do is we'll take those animators, the animator parameter drivers, we'll put all of those onto our new version. We'll export it. We'll bring that new graph, and then we'll bring everything into here, create additional options for the graph to be able to set the new clothing items. Is there anything else? Let's take a look at the body really quick because it does have its own animator. What animations were we playing around with? We have the eye sclera. No UV discards though. Blend shape proxy. Let's look at that one. Aha. Okay. Here we have these other options. Cigar. We have the cigar options. We have the beret options. All of these blend shape toggles are in there. And I would assume that's because this is where they would be. The VC Face SDK most likely needs to be installed. And we'll go over here, resources. We're going to make a new folder, which will be VC Face. Boom. Oh shit, so that is VC Face, the software. I want the SDK. Well, I've downloaded this quite a few times. Need to clear my Chrome downloads. Okay, so we'll install this. And it should fix our missing script there. Good, it's installing everything just in that one folder. That's going to make my life real simple. Oh, rude. And yeah, there they are. Those are the animations. That's what I was looking for. Okay, so we got our list of ingredients for how we're gonna fix this stuff, how we're gonna set it up. We have to retarget all the animations. Okay, I talked with the client, so we're gonna call it here for today. Oh, I forgot to turn my webcam off. Look at this big baby. He's a big old baby. And I love her. I'm a little pixie girl. Little pixie girl. Not so little anymore, actually. Kinda hefty. That's rude. Alright. I guess I'm saying goodbye right now. I'll be back tomorrow. Tomorrow we're going to work on a harness outfit for Ebonhorn, so we'll have one more slightly saucy outfit to make. Then we'll finalize all the PC version of the outfits for Ebonhorn, and then we'll also do the VRM vNyan version for character. But yeah, have a good evening, Sam, and a big baby. Oh, well, I appreciate you well wishing for her. And Arctic, thank you. Have a nice rest of the day, both of you. Anyone else that's lurking out there, hope you're all having an amazing one. Wendy, who else came by? We actually had a lot of people come by today. Evan, Dara, Ariso, just skimming through here. Popstar. Anyone else that is lurking out there, hope you're all having an amazing, amazing Tuesday. See you tomorrow for Wednesday, almost to the middle of the week. Bye-bye. Bye.